ものを目かえと結局癒せない渇きをだけどきっと望むのをやめなければいつかは満たされたふりはしないで Believe in your intuition 強がりも羨むことも必要なことなの限界を決めつけないどこまでも私たちもっと自由なまま輝ける All fake and true Fake and true Fake and true Fake and true 諦めるよりも手を伸ばせ Get it out, get it out, get it out じゃいかなでもわかるでしょ Get it out, get it out, get it out 嫌いなれないどうしてネガティブにしちゃうの憧れや夢だとさ胸を張って語れば充実夢に勝ちても叶えば本当自分でさえも驚かせちゃおう Little Alice I know I can やり遂げた先の快感 Love, life, fun, work 色つき始める Can't dance ここでいいそれでいいの私なんてその言葉本音と偽りどっちなの Hold on fake and true Fake and true Fake and true Fake and true 解き放って心遠慮しないで Get it out, get it out, get it out 大事なのは勇気と Imagination Get it out, get it out, get it out Hold on, fake and true Fake and true Fake and true Fake and true 諦めるよりも手を伸ばせ Get it out, get it out, get it out じゃいかなでもわかるでしょ
So, to do the pistons into spec, I have to put them on first. Put them in. Which they should have been ordered. Passenger front. And so on. I forgot about these. Oh shit. These aren't even the hex pattern. But it's the same size socket. sort of specs do I want to have on these? How about we look at the paper and see what it says? Should be the next thing. 18 foot-pounds with no specific order. Yeah, we're practically going in order now. 18 foot-pounds, I think you said. $18.4. 15, 16, 17, 18. I figured that would put them in spec. Oh, fuck you, and stay on this thing. Oh, it's a lot looser than everything else. Let's see what our paper says in the next step. So our order, what about our rod torques? Funny thing about that. $70 something, but where's my verification? Is this passenger side we're looking at here? Passenger front and passenger rear. Passenger front and passenger rear. Okay, how am I gonna do that? Well, they can go on here before they get actually torqued down. And then I need some adhesive of some sort. Let's do the front first. PF means passenger front. Cleaned and lubricated. Right. Because we got our fancy tool now that by chance actually showed up. And you have to clock the pistons. So yeah. I thought I did. I could swear that they're 20 something pounds. Or no, 75 pounds. But pounds at 12. For the whatchamacallit. Okay. So they're not actually done. Put that over there for now. Once they're in, they're in. So that's the thing about it. Do not necessarily need this one anymore. Let me check the size. Can you fucking get a grip? I really don't think that's what size it is. Those are standard, right? 7/16. That stuff's just slightly lubricated, but in the process of these rings going according to this, the oil gaps should be correct. Center front. Where's my tool that I was using to do this? The pick. It's got a fucking orange handle, dude. It's not that complicated. There's no way it can be too far. It has to be like right here. It's not in the car. Whatever, I'll grab another one. The big thing here is centering. Oil expander gap is said to be at the bottom. So we're going with that spot. This is the top marker. There it is, it's way off. Keep them in place. Yes, we did. So, oil to say the top gap. Did I just flip that over? Yes, I did. So, rotate the whole thing. If our front is to the left, according to that, then the top is on that side. That should be perfect. And then, second is front and top. Is rear. And actually, those ring gaps are where I want to put that. Move. It's just so flaky. I don't know what the deal is here. It just feels strange. Like there's dust on it or something. Make sure we're where we need to be. Again. Drop this down in here. That's convenient. See, I never really used this before. There's a hammer. Wow, it just went right in there. Go ahead and get these in place. they're not getting tightened until I have the plastic gauge ready. So get a new paper towel because that's just not cutting it. And just proper lube this up now. And yeah, stop ripping the rag. Get it in the rings and then rotate them all the way around. Guarantee that push them through. Now left is the front, right? According to the paper. Then expanders. Now, the oil expander is somewhere around here. My mind wants to see it, but actually seeing it is another story. Holy crap. What the fuck? There it is. Top and bottom. Gotta be gentle with it. Because I'm not trying to knock the bearings out. See, that's what it'll sound like if you have a rod knock. Seeing as how they're not tied all the way. It sounds really good to me. Let's do the other side. Let's get them in here. Driver's front and DR is driver's rear. Wasn't even one rotation. Oh, fuck you. I hate that bullshit. Why the fuck did that just fall? I have to clean this all the fuck out. And then reseat the bearing in here. Asshole. Okay, we're gonna lube this up first. Move the ring over here so there's symmetry between all of it. Just really get it in here. Just try to clean it too. Lube, cleaning it, get this debris off. Then clock it left as the front, which we have our marker here. And then expander is going to be facing me. I thought that I was seeing it. Where the fuck is it? There it is. Ooh, are we on it? Top is on the left. No, we're polar. No, it didn't move. And then, front of the engine is the bottom. Just loosely seat it in here, rock and roll it till it gets in. But you don't want to move your rings, obviously. We're going to get our forward facing. There's so much shit on this. Holy crap. That's just gross. There's a million things I can go on about why and what we're looking at there. I can't just turn it anymore. Can you just fucking go on it? Jeez. And then we gotta do the cap. See, can you? Maybe. The camera's warming up here. We have a line that notes lining up with the rod. So the line side is the outside and the no line is the inside. Danger. Danger. Because our bearing is not going on, and this needs to be over here so that I can bring it out some. I gotta hold the inside one there just so we don't lose it. Maybe keep that in mind for the next one. So first, we're gonna try to lube this up. Oh, the oven's still on. I need to deal with that. I've been cleaning it, so I'm trying to dry it out in the process of cleaning it. Because I don't want any residue left in the oven. Okay, last one. Last bit of clocking percentages. Front is on my left. The expander should be facing me. You know, I kind of wonder about some long lost people that have crossed paths with in life. But then I think they're definitely not anywhere. Dude, where the freaking heck is it here? Guess we'll just keep rotating it until we find it. Just fucking assholes. When I think back about some of these people. There it is. As we've accidentally rotated the top gap, which should be on the left. People get caught up in drugs or whatever fucking bullshit. And it's like, no, dude. Somehow they think you're a part of their stupid little world. That's the way entertainment is. It portrays this common delusion that might not exist between people. Love is the greatest example. Because the media portrays, hold on, front engine, second is, okay, second is there. We're not even lined up, that would fuck some shit up. But yeah, love is like this idea that's sold to people through entertainment. And it's like, oh hey, come to find out, my version of love didn't match what your version of love was. And people end up in these shitty fucking relationships where they hate each other. It's hilarious, to be honest. Let's just set this right there. It's a nice placeholder for it. Okay, front. Okay, in here. People get so disappointed because of entertainment lied to them. And it's like, did you never actually learn that entertainment is for entertaining, not for fact? So much fucking residue on the top of these pistons anymore. I saw that coming. Cannot leave this here because it's gonna fall. I think it's hitting that. It's off of there now. Look at that. Okay, grab that. Line up our lines. I think we're gonna go from front to rear. That's the only one that got the slightest bit of torque down to it. Okay. So how to do this? Well, we need to pull the cabs. That's for sure. Can I get the engine upside down? Kind of fucking sealed it on here. It shouldn't be too bad. That's too big. That's what she said. This will do. Or not. That was annoying as shit. Give me it. Fuck. Okay. I don't have enough light over here. Camera's getting hot. I think if there is a failure, it might be minor. It might not even be noticeable. Okay, plastic gauge. This is what it is. I have the leftover strain from the other day. And I can't wait to just put everything up. Well, those 4 pistons, so... I think one of these can actually come off. Yeah, this is on spec. kidding me? That's what it says. I need that adapter. I think it's 75. I'll have to verify. The camera can cool up a bit. This is the actual data. So bolt diameter, we're on 7/16, which are the ARP 2000s. 75, and they're actually 90 to 100 it says. We're gonna do 75. I don't know what that means. Clearance data. But yeah, I need to save this paper, put it with the rest of them. The camera's cooled off quite a bit. 75 we said, right? This is at 95 because of the head studs. 70, 75, 80, 76 is safe in my book. Right there. That is 7/16, right? Yes. Do a bit at a time. I feel like it's gonna click. But then I remember, hey, it's a lot more than the other. That's it. Whoa. That's exhausting right there. We're gonna have to take a break. I guess that it should be I was concerned about that. Pull. I would like to pull. Just so it doesn't move anywhere. Get a grip on the edge of it right there. Maybe. I don't even know how solid these numbers are going to come out to. Well, that's it. It's over here actually. I think we're like really good. Same as the fucking crank. 0.038. That's not helping. That actually was way worse. This lube is not going to be too much. Two drops. And even then, I'm not so sure about that. But we're going to move forward. That one's done. Why is it doing this? We're gonna lube up the piston walls. Ooh, that's a lot. Because it just feels weird. I feel like we're getting a lot of friction on it, is what I mean. This is not what I did last time. But we're at a different level too now. We're just not doing that base rebuild at this point. It's a bit more than that. That should be all the lube I need. Right? Wow. That's really different. The next two can be done sequentially. Don't fucking flame this. Is this one gonna come out easy? No. think I caught this. Oh, I forgot. I'm gonna have to leave this out. Can you fucking go in here? The camera's warm, so it couldn't have died long ago. We're torquing these down and checking clearance. Now we're just backing it up. That's hilarious. Thinking about this kid not being around his uncle. But I'm the only bit of his uncle that remains, so if he's learning my bad habits, that's funny. Yep, that's how it goes. Just fucking get them out like that. Me sitting here, just fucking get them out. So if he's watching me play video games or whatever, he's picking up a lot of that stuff. It's just funny. You never got to know your uncle, but this is a lot of what you missed. The sailor version. That's a little bit bigger. Let's not fucking mix these up and keep them symmetrical. But I'm gonna say, yeah, it is actually. Exactly. And hey, that's the whole freaking reason why I decided to really commit to doing YouTube and all that. Because people that may never get to know me, or know other people that are related to me that may be similar. Okay. What the fuck is all this shit? the rear, this one's the front. It sucks too, because those people are long gone. And there's no change in that. And drop the lube over here. Cat Scratch Alley, is that what it is? For some odd reason I have this old song. That I can barely remember. Another one to be torqued as fuck now. You know, I was thinking why to do the YouTube stuff and whatnot, and then the reasons just started coming to me. Like, some kid may need what little bit of information I have here, and so it doesn't matter if there's a million people or just 10 people watching the video. That's about that kid that I see in others that was once me. Because the world can be chaotic, incomprehensible. And I know that. It's not even loose, not the slightest bit. Because there's a lot of people neglected. Whether or not they want to be, or whether or not any of it's intentional. Their parents could have to work all the time, and the only bit of the world that they get is through social media platforms such as YouTube. Like these guys with $1 million shots that these kids are never going to come anywhere close to. I mean, there's a chance, yeah. But it's beyond comprehension how to achieve that point. It's very one-sided. Wow, that's stamped into this now. How long will these bearings last? That's the question. And so, having a messy shop is not something, is actually a lot more common than these guys portray on their 100-person team productions. Like they have 100 people working on their shit. That's what most of the trending stuff is. Okay. The gauge. Plastic gauge. And so the reality of the situation is, if they even want to get into this, this is what they're dealing with. Did I just lose that? It fucking vanished into thin air. A lot of people might not be appeased by the reality, and they don't want to have anything to do with the reality. And they just want some form of entertainment, which is no problem. A lot of people out there are entertainers. Hey, I found that thing that I lost. Okay, I'm gonna have to cut it. The last bit of the puzzle. Did I lose another one? No, it's stuck inside of here. And so bare grassroots stuff is where you're gonna be. And so many people out there have no actual association with grassroots, unless they're trying to exploit someone, something, or someone. I'm not saying everything, but to get to the point where you're able to have large budgets, it takes a lot. And so you have to become that way. And most people neglect to mention the reality of competition is the fact of the matter being competition itself. You don't understand that to be a competitor, you can't be fraternizing with the competition, for lack of a better term. And so they're not your friends. All these people that are supposed to be your competition, that are friendly to you as a athlete, but as competition, you need to think twice. And don't be that guy that is trying to suck all these guys' dicks. That's the worst. Like, you can have a mentor or guidance, but that's the thing, is you need to have one or two, not taking out all up in everything. That's just not how things work. Otherwise, it becomes unmanageable. Like, the reason why you can't be on every team out there is because then lines start getting blurred together. How do you say this? I know how to explain it in language terms. My video's done, it's playing in the background. This one's way better than the rest. But we're still 0.038. Oh, so that's inches. Oh yeah, we're definitely in tolerance. Okay. Okay. So people have different ways of doing things and different ways of saying things, communicating, just all different dynamics. Right? So if you're trying to learn every language in the world, eventually you're going to reach the point where things are crossing over, where the opposites are the same word. You say something and it means something totally different in one way than it does in the other way, and so you are caught between bridges. It's like a two-faced sort of double agent thing. Right, if you say die and it means birth in another culture, then it's conflicting. It's really hard to explain this unless you have learned many languages. And that's the best context I can put it in, because you have society, right? And there's a million ways to skin a cat, and then at a certain point, oh no, you're doing it wrong, you should be doing it this way, right? But the wrong way is the right way for someone else. Well, it's cooled off a bit, so okay, time to listen. Decent. I'm definitely going to lube that up a lot more. Grab a new rag or use this one. The new one's not going to hurt. Some more on here. That's the last bit. It's way better. Let's not have top dead center. Now, flip it so that it dries without conflict. It's just so difficult to clean this. I think we're just about good here. These are lubed up. We checked our clearances. We need to make more coffee. Jeez, I'm barely putting it in there. Oh man, I gotta make some food too. I totally forgot. Well, immediately it's like, I'm gonna go out in the garage, prep everything, warm up everything. That's what I mean by prep. Filter all our water. Let's add more cream. And then we're gonna discuss business concept while I'm doing that. Have to shut off the internet because it's all acting weird today. So, anyways, today is, let's not be specific, but it's around Easter. Not quite Easter. And so we're heading out to the garage. We're returning a few things because the budget's just way too tight right now. Oh, and the laundry's done. I guess this could work as a selfie stick too. How does that even look? And we're done. I'm not that interested in selfieing. It is nice and warm. Shit is warmer in here than it is in the house. It's not cold, it's just a rainy day where the temperature kind of dropped. Cold front came through. Otherwise it'd be 80 fucking degrees in here already. So by prep I mean warm this up. It's probably 80 degrees low by now. When I got up I came out here and turned it on. 90 degrees! That's more than sufficient. Let's just turn it down. Just in case I'm doing this, it's gonna need, oh, and the silicone. So maybe just turn it on a little bit. It'll come on. Just trust it. Okay, where are we at? Have these things done. Okay, anyways, philosophy. It's not philosophy at this point. It is actual business concepts. So, Major Angle is a business. It's still being established, right? I have a lot of stuff to do. Like, I'm fucking busy when it comes down to the whole business thing. But it is a research and development company. I've arrived to this point because I was just looking at general businesses, like categories and whatnot and all of that. Hold on. Momentarily. Move the papers. Dip the papers. Make sure they're in order. Clean. Alright, there we go. So we're a research and development company. And what does that mean? That means that major angle right here, this car, which I drive, this is my race car. I drive the major angle race car. And so, it's my business. And if someone else were driving a car, then I would be managing the oversight of that with the name on it. That's the only way the name's going to be on a car, I think. I don't think there'll be like some sponsorship programs. Maybe for like one of the brands, which design a performance, but we'll just see if that ever comes to that point. That's just, it's irrelevant to even consider that. Make sure my winter's not hanging out, because I felt a breeze of air. Anyways, whatever. These lights need cleaned. I lost the auction for the other car, and I'm glad I did. Someone just outbid me on it, and I just don't want to be driving to the Pacific Northwest right now because we're like $500 left remaining to do anything. And that would be a trip up there and back, and I'd be broke, and I'd still have bills to pay. So, coming into summer, I need to be absolutely conscious of everything I spend at this point. I can't keep buying these gaskets, I can't keep buying the silicones, something that can be done. I still have the other engine to do. But anyways, back to the research and development. So, what am I doing here? This is the whole process of research and development. Everything I'm doing is research and development. Maybe not for others. Someone else has already built one of these engines, right? But I need that experience behind it. Because let's say, what do we want to do? I don't want to do valves, something simple. Let's say a pulley. We're going to make a pulley. This one. Your freaking serpentine belt pulley. It's really basic. It's nothing too advanced, but let's say we want to make a special kind and actually put it in the market. Well, that's what this is about, is I can do that with this name behind it, and if I produce 1,000 of them or 1,000,000 of them, then they're being produced through the major angle. Right? That makes sense. Or the lower assembly, that's actually something very viable. But that's way off. That's a lot of freaking work. And I still have to have the car done, running, and we're not questioning a bunch of bullshit. Fuck. That really has me thinking now. What? I'm gonna have to write this down on our board. R&D lower assembly. Because I don't know if it fits with this cloth, right? And then before I'm like, let's find out what fits the FB and the FA. That way we have ambidextrous parts. What is it called? Low And so, at 200 miles an hour, we want to get this car to 200 miles an hour. And so the whole path behind that, it could take some research and development. So I'm not a race car driver. No, I'm not an athlete. This is not about being athletes. It's not about competition. It's not about all that nonsense in the world. We may have competitors, or we may be competing against others as a dynamic to the business, but overall, okay, maybe we're going to be making Subaru parts. I can't say that for sure because I'm not to that point, but my personal goal is getting to 200 miles an hour, building this car, all these details into what I'm doing personally, and then the YouTube that's associated with it, the documentation process behind it all. Okay, now we've arrived to the, hey, I'm doing research and development here. Because YouTube is a media company, actually social media is a category these days, which could be considered technology, but like Apple's technology, your phone, your Milwaukee tool is tools, I guess, construction, all these categories of things. Manufacturing, if you're producing these blocks, they're manufacturing. They're not the research and development. That's a whole nother team that does stuff separate from the manufacturing. You do the research and development and then send it to manufacturing. I would not be manufacturing these pulleys. We would be sending them information to put them into production. Okay. So that's where we're at. We've got a fucking grip on what I'm doing here. I knew I'm building the car. I've dumped all this money into it. It's not to show off. Like, I'm not gonna, I can take it to car shows, but the whole intent behind it is not like, oh, I'm gonna go win some trophies at car shows. I can show the business through the car, which is the YouTube currently. Everything revolves around the YouTube at this moment. Instagram, I'm backing off of. I'm just going to leave what's on there now and call it, because I don't want to be spending emotional investment into another media company when YouTube is working fine for me. See, and I've started thinking about this stuff. I'm like, once I really get going behind research and development, it consumes me. Like, this is who I am. I think about development, improvements, this, that, and other. Why is this sticky? Oh, I'm not even going there right now. I know what it is. The key lock is sticking on the gear, and it is not wanting to come off. But I'm like, do I really have to even worry about that? Because once I get it on, the cams come on and all of that. Okay, so anyways, producing revenues, income, profit, and all of that would come through products. There's no income at this moment, which is where I started, which is not a big deal because that's not the entire oversight of the company. There's not a deadline to make money. The whole concept behind it is doing what I want to do. I'm gonna have to start making some contacts and all that stuff. Now that I'm thinking about it. And I have to fucking do these O-rings. I have to clean them and pull them. Because I left them on here and I'm like, well, if I'm not spending the money on it, but I ended up doing that. Which it should be these, I think. The 70s. 15170. We didn't do piston rings. I checked them beforehand, didn't I? Yes. I'm pretty sure when I pulled them, I checked them all. I just hope that this is sufficient. I turned it, right? That fucking washer is way too loud to beat. Listening to this. It's just who I am, so I can't change that. I realized that in the world we live in these days, that's a lot of fucking resistance. Well, they are new bearings, so that could be what it is. The main bearings are causing the most resistance. So the break-in should help. I feel like it's the piston rings on the walls, but thinking about it, it must be the new bearings. It's just a friction along surface, not too rough, but just enough to where it's grabbing. Looking at the walls here, let's actually do an inspection. Oh, my ear's ringing like I just got punched in the face. Because, you know, that's a normal part of my life. My ears tend to ring a lot. Let's just have a look at this. Man, that is dirty, but it's cleaning it up in the process, too. I think we're pretty freaking good here. Let's get a measuring device. Just the smallest one on here. Should be sufficient. And actually get it in there, in between, get it soaked up with some lube. Just check the piston is actually not touching the wall and the ring is doing its job. Because if it's not, then we have a problem. That is so dirty. I would like to clean it, but... Right, so... if you can't get a shim in here, then you definitely have a fucking problem. I know, because I can see the clearance along the whole thing. Come on, dude. Why is it... It's like the magnetic field's pushing it away from the wall. I know we're good. So, it's not a question. I am gonna wipe that down. So I think the first startup's really gonna be something. It's just the end of it's dirty. From the carbon. I was thinking about cleaning the pistons too. With some alcohol or acetone or something. But at at the same time, I was like, well, I don't want to impact anything. Philosophy and business concepts. I mean, I can start working on this if I want to. At this point, get our focus in, get a decent height. I'm just taking some time thinking about this. The head gaskets are next, right? Which I just got a message saying the shipment's been shipped. And so I have these head gaskets here that are dual layers. They're not right here, they're somewhere. They're over here. They're 2 layered. I mean, they're multi-layered, but still. They're not like 5 or 10 layers, which the stock ones are. Or not the stock ones, the Tomei, which I was actually thinking about modifying, but I don't think I'm going to because I just am not experienced enough. With the other engine, maybe. I want to be it's like I don't know enough to start all this modification and then have uncertainty. Well, maybe I didn't do something right in the build and that's what's affecting it instead of it's a good running engine and this is a specific problem. Being able to diagnose it better. You can see these brand new bolts up here. But guess what? That's going to be covered by the intake. I have to eat. Oh, that's right. So yeah. Alright, let's get something done. Are we putting the heads on? Shit. The heater's definitely stuck on. Manual is not a bad idea. Ordering extenders, connecting rods. Let me verify the specs here. I know that we're in spec. But I want to check it. It feels like my leg's bleeding, but it's not. Okay. We have to keep this out for the head bolts. Then the gasket's going to come down here, so it should be perfect. Yeah, that's where we're at. That's the head. Is that this side or the other side? That's the other side. Should I flip it so I don't have to move? Yes. Make sure it's down there. So now we're not going to. As much as I want to wait for the other side. Today's just not the day. We're making progress. So, now they've been shipped out, but I'll check it later. Oh hey, I'm actually alcohol wiping it, so I can see what it does to the piston. Yeah, we'll move the camera. The lighting's better over here, is it on? Yes. So it is doing something. It is definitely cleaning off a lot of residue here. That's what it is, they're thieves. And so they just want to steal your ideas. You see how clean this is getting now? Like, jeez, I did not expect that. I 100% will have to put lubricant back in the pistons because this is not gonna suffice. Just want to drop a bit in there. I know that the dude does not want to do any work because they're fucking lazy. And the whole source of that business is based on that. Trying to exploit that laziness. That's why you have automated this, that, and the other. Dang, am I gonna clean the whole fucking piston? Should have done that beforehand, before I put it in. Just a bunch of rats and squirrels running around. Their business is their business. The nut that they're after. Okay, so that's this side, right? There's that wall there. I need a lubricant, which I put over here, I think. How is it best for me to spread this? The Q-tip will actually do a lot, I'm thinking. Doesn't destroy the Q-tip. Don't want to get any on the head though. Even though I think I do. this one it is. Prosperity is our motto. You know what? I'm okay with that. I'm gonna actually add that to the description now. I just want to overview. I hate these freaking spots. See, if I start trying to smooth it out, it could be a major issue. Fuck up the decking on the block, this, that, or the other. I can't put any text on that. Okay, whatever. For me to get where I am today. Oh man. Let's not recreate that fucking experience of the argument we had about that. Like, dude, you need to fucking write 1,000,000 letters stating how you appreciate what others have done for you to get where we are today. Mm-hmm. Because people don't know. That was just on the topic of people who paved the way that you just absolutely disrespect and have no consideration to. Those that came before you was the real subject. Whatever. I mean, I use that lube for everything. I was going to use grease, but this popped up as a recommendation on my shopping cart and I actually bought it on unsaid website. Because it would have to be a paid endorsement. To my knowledge. I don't think this one's it. Maybe I should just check the shipping timeline. It should part of the notification. That one. shipped on Tuesday. This is for the my awaiting pickup. What in the actual hell? How was it shipped Tuesday but it's still waiting pickup? Okay, so we're not waiting. Because the shipment on the other gasket is just unknown. What do we have here? Make sure there's nothing too important on the paper. Seems to just be data. Jusa 0524. This is one of those $40 or $50 gaskets. So it's got this data here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's the torque specs. Huh. B and A. Anyways. This is the actual package. Caution, change your head bolts. So, I've discovered how complex it is to find these parts. Even though it's listed on the website, I can go on their website and be like, hey, I need a head gasket for FA20, no results. Hey, I need a head gasket for a BRZ, and get no results. But now, it's different. I'm actually getting results. Okay, so there's 3 layers. Is the other one 3 layers? It has to be. No, it doesn't. Have to be. Oh, there's pins around the center. That's the wrong way, dude. Not on this side, but the other side is what I was checking. Oh man, it does have them on this one, but it doesn't have them on the other one. Okay, that is strange here. I gotta flip this. Maybe I ordered the wrong one. Get the hell out of here with that nonsense. Ordering the wrong one. Top and bottom. Look at that, it has the fucking passages for it. This has a port over here. So those passages, it does not have. That's what I was referring to then. Whether or not I wanted to cut those out. I need a rag just in case I got any residue on it. I was thinking, like, I could cut these ports out. I need to go look at the paper too. Let's roll this out. And just put it in between. Just in case that happens. We're no longer on the rods. We're not torquing anything down. It says a 95-degree torque from what? This is for the rods. Rod bolts. To get them down to 18 foot-pounds and then put 92 degrees on that. But we're not working with your standard stuff, so. Decking the surface. We're looking for head gasket bolts. Those are not it. Are we? No, we're looking for head procedure, not the bolts, because I have the data sheet on that. From ARP. Which I might as well bring over. At this point, we'll just use the chair as the standard working data sheet. Is that visible on the camera? Sort of. That way I can see it from working here. But I still need the technical manual reference for. Is it on? Yes. Okay, at minimum I'm gonna get this one side done. But I'm pretty sure I can get both of them done. Get the heads on, gaskets included, and torque to spec. So, from what I understand about the documentation, I'll just grab one of them for now, is the lines are the path of silicone. There may be some reference in the actual paperwork on how to explain this, but you want to go down here and out there, down there, out there. So, if we're looking at it upside down, down here, out there, along this spot. It's kind of chilly, huh? Okay. And then this cooled off again. Let's pull this off and just think about it real quick. We have no more stuff on it. Dude, I was watching this show that's freaking amazing. I can't believe how great it is. Just do a quick wipe down and then we'll bring it back over here. So this is the turning case, right? And then just touch this up, I guess. I wouldn't have ordered it actually, as a matter of fact, because that's one of those shows that it's like, shit, I want to have this part of my collection. just that everything's too cool. So I need to actually move this over here. So that it can warm up with everything else. Do I have anything else? Oh my god, you fucking asshole. That may be a part of this process. Where did I put those bolts? I did want to put this under there. So that I know that I had this setting so that it would all drain out, but there could still be residue, so. Clean up is what we're focused on this very moment. This is an old gasket that's homemade. We just have a fucking collection of old gaskets here at this point. The yellow rag is for the lubricant. I can't believe it cooled off so quickly in here. Where can I put this? Right here. Work on some more cleaning up. One of these should need it for the silicone, but that's not needed, so. Since I'm just generally cleaning up while things warm up. Put my gauge in the drawer. I'll need that here in a minute. These bearings, it's debatable on what to do with them. I mean, they're both pretty fucked. I do want to examine that some more. But where can I put it? Well, for now, I'll put them on the shelf up here. But yeah, they shouldn't rattle. Pretty sure. Anyways, aftermarket does not. So make sure nothing's been too disturbed. We've got our piston ring cedar thing that was ironically required. The irony of its acquisition is hilarious. I want to redo this chalkboard, but with so much sensitive stuff out, like I can't get dust on these and whatnot. It's just like, no, because I have to sand the board down, redo it. See, it's supposed to be a chalkboard with a frame up. That's why I have spacing and everything. But because the texture came out like this and it didn't fucking actually smooth out like a chalkboard should be, then I need to redo it. Now that I have my sander, because before, when I first moved in, I didn't have the sander. The belt sander. Let's just clean up some more. I cannot wait to finish watching this show. It is wild. So we have a pickup 4. That's the turbo box. As a matter of fact, it's trash at this point. The only chance of me needing this is if I stopped using this one and replaced it, but that's not happening this year. I'm running this turbo this year. So what else can we clean out? This is the vacuum attachments, which technically don't need to be over here. More vacuum attachments. I can put it by a washer. In all honesty, which, as a matter of fact, I forgot I'm doing laundry. So let's just turn it on. It'll warm it up in here. A bit. I really want to get that engine pointed on the... I think next up I'll tear this engine apart and put it on the stinger. If I can roll it in a direction without any damage to actually look at the bottom. I'm getting distracted by everything. That's all the parts for it. This is the old gasket for the case, which we discovered was a 14 or better, which is replaceable with a standard gasket. Man, my neck is killing me. That's the way to go. Plastic gauges and furnace. Is it working? Check temperatures. Before I put any gloves on. Because if I'm not doing anything, 65, 65, Everything's 65. That bottle's got to be like 80. Is there one? I can set it on the table, but that's kind of aiming high. And the heat rises, so if I'm standing over here, it'll fill up. Let's do this side. Because I'm going to have the heater on no matter what. Got to work. If I have, the bolts are right there, and that's the only preparation. Besides the procedure, which is under it. So, this is the procedure for my brain shut down. The procedure for the silicone on the gasket. I'm missing a 12 as well. Those are the same, 7/16 for the flywheel and head bolts. Just have a fresh paper towel over here in case I need it. No gaskets required. No O-rings required. Okay, so procedure is the gasket. We put gasket on the gasket. For gasket. Simple living over here. Alright, gasket procedure. Let's make sure that that's the correct one. Yes. Just do another wipe down. Have it over here. So it's going to be the same on both sides, is what it's saying. Top. This is actually the bottom. The bottom is a straight line through here. And then this one, fuck, I screwed that up. It's opposite because, so this one is a straight line up and down. It'll be fine. And then this one's straight across. How far does it go? Is the question. It says actually down here is where it needs to be. That one's sort of fine. Yeah, it's good enough. Right, because that's the exterior of the block. Well, shit, we're there. This is very minute casted material. Silicone. I was thinking about doing it from the other side, but then I'm like, no. Oh my gosh, Becky. What is it catching on? There's a guide here. Make sure that that clears. Okay. That's spare towel. Put a lid on this so that it just doesn't do anything extra. Then I'll put some material on the nuts. I'll nut it up. Flip over here. Just think you could be an athlete. No freaking way. I would not be happy. Before we take the next step, getting married, I'm going to have to tell you that these gaskets need cleaning. Oh, perfect. Put this back over here. Conversation of where we come from that I didn't actually have, which is fucking hilarious, but whatever. I'm so terribly busy. My delusional whatever fucking existence. That possibility of someone living in a delusional world exists. The way they see you and the way they think you see them, it might not be true. Okay, so from that piece of paper, if it's flipped over, 2. Down or across? Across. That should be torqued to 60. No. That's definitely not 60. But we're about to take it to 60. Hold on, let me prep this. One will be 60. This is definitely not at 60 right now. It's like a 12 or something. 15. 55. That's 60, and then the other's 95. Close. What was I doing with this? The case block bolts. Or, more accurately, though, main bearing cap bolts. That's way too high. 95 we're saying, right? 95, yes, correct, verified. Lock it in. Because the medium size, this one, does not go to that point. I'm not supposed to be loosening it. Which way is best? Pulling it, definitely, but 2, 3, 4, 6. Let's do it again. Now, we're asking for trouble. 90 pounds. I guess if you can lift 100 pounds. Oh, dude. I did not know if my left arm could do this. belittling people in their delusional worlds. You have to make yourself seem bigger. Fuck. Let's verify this. Do it one more time. Verify. See, the problem with flipping it is all of that lube that I just put down. I don't want to have an issue with it. Where the fuck does all this oil come from? It shouldn't be a big deal though, honestly. It just wipes the gasket clear off. It's not that it's wet, it's just... it just shears it right off. I guess that's a good thing. It does not do it over here. Just at these certain spots. I'm thinking that I do not want to. Flip this and do the other side. If we just let it sit. Let it heat up on its own. Switch our papers out. Let it dry, is what I was saying. Okay, the other side is straight. Learning about this is very nice. I did not know any of this before. Here, it's coming back together. Trip over that and fucking cause a disaster. A natural disaster. This fucking heater, done for, dude. The sensor or whatever in it, thermostat, it just stays on. Whatever, it's gonna get baked out in here. See, that makes me want to do the other side, but then I don't. Because if I flip it, well, with it torqued down, technically nothing should seep through it, right? Yeah, we're gonna do it. But we're not gonna flip it the whole way over. Cleaning. Did I alcohol this side? I don't think I did. Let me do a dry run. With paper towel. And then I'll come back through. First of all, though, I need to do the freaking lubricant. I'm not going to clean these pistons like I did the other one. am I not gonna clean them? I'll clean them a little bit. People in that region just are fucking idiots. You spend your whole fucking life devoted towards something or trying to learn something for other people just to short it out and be like, oh, it's insignificant, or oh, it's replaced by AI or whatever. Fucking nonsense. And it's like, no, my life is not insignificant and I'm going to actually make something out of it. And so here we are. We have established what the company is, its purpose, and yeah, the future only needs to be pursued at this point. People are fucking garbage, dude. Legitimately. Oh man. Even I'm garbage because it's like, oh, I only have so much of a bandwidth, right? Okay, dry that off because you still have to lube it and then I have to clean it again after the lube. Why is this a fucking mess? Made a mess. Put it even further. That's because this piston is further than the others. I need to pull it back here in a second. What sucks is people caught in the middle of this fucking bullshit in the world. And then it's just like, what are you even supposed to do? It's a freaking lose-lose, all of this shit. There's no winning. Isn't that the truth? And so here we are. What little bit of winning that I can get out of life, I'm definitely going to try to do. Because I know other people aren't going to. And even if others don't want to succeed for themselves, let alone for anyone else, I have to. I have no choice. let's talk about some dripping shit. What the fuck just dripped? 100% distraction mode. Okay, that's the oil from this side. The oil passage rail in the head, which is gonna leak some more, I'm sure of. The wannabe gangsters. Right, so in society it's portrayed that certain things are more masculine, or for lack of a better term, we're going to say it's marketed. Because ultimately that's what it comes down to. Is, oh, you want to be a strong guy, you need to have a gun to protect your family, or to protect yourself, whatever, right? And so it's portrayed and it's marketed that way. Like, oh, you gotta have a gun. In America, because of the dangers, right? Well, how many people actually explore the truth of those? Well, if you actually explored the truth of it, you would know that it's marketing. It's freaking external. Other countries are like, oh, selling firearms to America, whatever, bullshit, because you need to protect your fucking dog from your nasty neighbor. I mean, it's not impossible to become under violence and use a firearm for protection, but under the constitutional rights of which it is defined, the right to bear arms. The armament of firearms is extremely primitive these days. And if we put it in the context of a weapon systems, there are many different. And if you're in such a scenario where small arms is needed, then there are better alternatives, aren't there? A missile system. Yes, 100%. A missile system blows fucking firearms out of the water. Even a full-on machine gun is nothing compared to a missile system. But also, you have certain skills that are required. Certain maintenance levels, this, that, and other. Right? But even with firearms, who's going to be your bullets? Who's going to give you your bullets? How are you going to get your bullets? Because you have to have bullets. It's a dependent situation. So then if you remove dependency, then you're stuck with knives and stuff like that. Not sophisticated weaponry. And even then, most of the time, you're blindsided before you can even do anything. It's too little, too late situation, always. Okay, now we're in the drying stage. Final dry. And so, being a killer or not, and then all the stuff associated with that. Is it not just all marketing and sales and entertainment, media and business? Like, where's the actual truth? Warfare, yeah. But, what actual wars are going on? A commercial war, that's about it. And then even then, you're caught between someone else's war, it's not your war. because corporations are not your representations. So you're fighting for what? Maybe your family, maybe your handed down business. But what about the mass majority of people, huh? You fight some war for no reason, and then someone else wants to fight you for no reason. There's the entertainment factor for sure, though. Like, conflict is entertaining. But no one wants conflict at home, right? You want to be in peace, at peace. Not in a war. You don't want to have to fucking worry about every night trying to go to sleep. Then the mafia ideology bullshit is a fucking joke. Like, the bigger you become, the more of a target you are. And so, it's an unescapable process. Let's say the minnow, this tiny little fish, becomes the shark. Yeah. And then it gets ate up by all the small fish, and then the cycle repeats. I have to do this. Where's the paper? There it is. Which way are we looking at this? The front. That should be the front. It's upside down. So it wants a line across that hole. I'm 99% certain that that's the hole that it's talking about. Because you have the 1 and the 2 down here. And then at the very bottom, in between, well actually it wants it like down here on that. Let's go ahead and do this. Alright, so across the hole. I think it's saying from like here down. And then down here. Now I have to get the gasket and the head that I didn't even clean. I did clean that one. Oh right, because I tried to do this one. I did actually put it on. And that was before I had a total teardown of it. I don't think my gaskets were right on it. That's plenty enough. Verify the paperwork. It says B, but I don't know. I think that's it, though, honestly. Grab this head and put it on. Which needs cleaned. But whatever. Got a little bit of alcohol here. hey, the camera's pointing this direction. Coincidentally, I can actually do this on camera. I was like, shit, I'm not getting this on video, but I am. Do that, and then alcohol it for any residue. People can just be so fucking nasty though. And then, where are you gonna? You're caught in the world of the nastiness as a person. As I'm referencing myself. And we learn this through the internet. Or relationships with others. Someone that just does not give the slightest bit of fuck about you. This piece is cold. That is a problem. It's gonna go on here. But coming down to the warming up of it is an issue. I mean, I can wipe the silicone off. What the hell is dripping over here? That's the last thing I need is oil in there. So let's just do this. Keep the block being, we're on it, but it's not on it. So I can not rush it, but still make progress. Alright, so we can get these on. Is the camera overheating or what? Because the heads are on and it was off. I think it's probably overheating because it's like 90 degrees in here. These are minute gaskets. The case assembly was more important. But also the top side, I mean, your leaking is going to be what? Minimal. The back is more important than anything. The front's minor, because if it leaks out the front, what's going to happen? It's going to go into the timing chain. The bottom along here, if it leaks, it goes into the oil pan and the lower assembly. If it leaks through the main bearing caps, is what it's technically called, then it will leak into the head gasket, which is the problem. But still, at that point, where's that going? I don't think it's too bad. Let's check these temperatures, just to get an idea of where we're at, documentation wise. The block's a nice 65. This side is actually harder, 70. Jeez. The crank bearing 70, not too bad. So we're at a decent spot to really my toe. These shoes are not working shoes. I want to put the heater on the front so it equally heats it. Hold on, let's do a photo opportunity. That's not the best. Well, if I'm closer to the car, and the heater will have a buffer zone. First, photo. I need to pull all this off. Sort of. I'll just push it over for now so that I can photo this side. Because I was thinking if shit's falling on the car, that's catching it in all technicality. This fucking heater works again. Oh my gosh. I can't believe that. Unreal. Alright, that's it for now. Then we're in the final stretch. See, the real dynamic on this engine is there are these major components to doing work. The number one major component is the case assembly block, the two pieces. You have to do a total tear down to get to the crank and the crank bearings. And that's the case disassembly. The next one is the head gaskets. To get to the pistons and rods, you have to do the head gaskets. You can do the rod bearings without doing that because you can just do the lower assembly. And in that process, you do not have to do anything on the top side. You can have the valve covers on in that process and just remove the lower assembly. But that can get complex because you have to push the piston and somehow you have to be able to access it. Which if you had a decent enough piece of wood you could shove down the spark plug, then you can probably get the piston to move. Because if you remove this while the piston's in there, the only way to do this is you remove the bearing cap, right? Which is this. Say we're doing it right here. We remove this cap and now the piston is still sitting on the crank. Well, you could turn the crank that way and get the bearing out, but you have to keep a hold of the rod, which a magnet should be able to grab it if it falls. But then you have to turn this back and set it on it without moving the piston. Because if you don't do that, you can't get access to tighten it down. If it's too far in or too far out, then your extension's gonna be impacted. So if you do it with a lot of consideration, I've done a full teardown at this point. Well, it's time to go do something else and let this heal. Let it heal. Let it repair. I know. Haha. What I mean is to let it seat, seal, dry. These are the correct words. There's no way it did right now. But right here, if you touch it, still a little goopy. That's very interesting to really think about how this engine is supposed to be done and why it is. But that's it for now. Remaining, it needs to dry, which it's probably going to be all day before I do anything else, most definitely. And then we're going to clean up the ends. What do you want to call them? They're the heads. And that's the cam carriers, maybe. I'm not entirely sure what those are called. But this is the head. So we have to clear the gasket from the head, replace the gaskets, reseal it, and put the cam assembly on here. But once everything comes to temperature, we're going to torque check it again. I mean, it is. So today's subject of nonsense is a matter of fact that we had the eyeball burning like fucking shit right now. One is my eyeball burning. Something got in it somehow. Progress is the name of it here. Which, I mean, this side's practically done. Just need to move this out of the fridge. It just does not need to be this close. We're up, right? Alright, today's subject is deception, because, right? Fuck, which one's which? That one should be driver's side and the left hand and right hand. Hopefully, otherwise we're gonna have total failures. But anyways, deception. And the subject of what's for kids and how it is taught. How deception is taught as what is right. Because I mean, I can rip through this actually. It'll take no time at all. But we want to prep everything first. That way, it gives it time to dry off if it needs to. If I have any residue remaining. But, deception. What is for kids, right? Just because we change bullets into flowers and gunfire into rainbows does not mean it's for kids at that point. So you have like these groups of people trying to weasel their way into your kids' lives. Right, specifically we're talking about YouTube. We're not gonna lie or sugarcoat it or act like it's something else I'm talking about. And so these fucking weirdos anyone can post videos on YouTube, right? And say they're for kids. And so you have these actual people out there that are total fucking creeps, weirdos, nut jobs, or whatever, that don't mean the best for their families. But who's the overlying authority? Who's actually doing the protecting then? Because YouTube is founded on robots. Robots doing all the work here. They're the ones that are determining what's being flagged and who's being banned and what is actually allowed in classifications. You can't actually get a hold of a representative. It's just too much. And so we try to put this power in communities, right? Oh, well, I don't know this for sure, but if we have so many people who flag this, then it should be investigated. Okay, sure. But that doesn't stop someone from already being raped, right? There's no preventative measure there, it's an aftermath result effect. And so kids get exploited through the social media at that point, and you can't really micromanage their lives. Their parents cannot sit there and go through every freaking detail of what their kids come across online. Sure, you could probably pay for some premium services of that, but realistically, who can actually afford that? Any normal person. And then, it turns into some stranger raising your kids, and you're not actually raising them at that point. But sure, that's the world we live in. What are you supposed to do? How do you actually get a grip on all of this? It's out of your control. You can't. Can you? I really just want to clean this totally up, dude. How nice would that be? And then 5 minutes later, don't tighten the bolts all the way and blow fucking carbon out of the exhaust all over everything that I just cleaned. Oh, that's the circle of life. That's my circle of life. That's how things have been going. You know how many times I've cleaned this? I mean, it's not the worst, and it is improved. It's a lot cleaner than it was, right? I couldn't actually answer that honestly. I would have to review all the footage and yeah. That's not what I'm gonna do either. Yeah, it's fucked up though, to think. But then that's just the circle of life. As I was explaining to someone that I can feed the birds or whatever, and like, yeah, I can make a difference in their life. But ultimately, they're still going to be the birds that they are at the end of the day. They're not dependent on me. And they're not going to be able to comprehend anything besides being a bird. And it would be delusional for me to think so. Like, I can train a bird, sure. I can teach it that somehow food is related to me, and so I'm commanding their food supply. But the bird's still gonna do what birds do. The inherent nature of things. And so you can't just freaking manage the whole world. Otherwise you just get consumed by it. You have to just focus and stick to whatever it is you do. And practically ignore the rest. Even though there's people out there trying to take it all on, it's the same old thing. It's not changing at all. It hasn't changed in billions of years or whatever. I don't even know what context of timeline we should refer to things. Because honestly, that would be a lie. Some bullshit someone made up that they think they're right, and it's not entirely for sure known. Oh, we can carbon date. Yeah, but that's not a certainty. It's not absolute factual. Like saying I just ate lunch, that's a fact. But saying something so old because of evidence supporting millions of years of beyond your comprehension of a thing that is beyond your reality. Like, what would reality look like billions of years ago? They try to freaking say, oh well, this is what it was like. Microorganisms or whatever in the development of the planet. Yeah, but you're just basing that on this singular human point of view that is developed by your experiences only. Your as in human, the human experience. So anything external, anything foreign is just so profound. It's like you have to have a God that's responsible to blame at the end of it all. So that's where that comes from. And they just cannot handle being out of control. And the fact of the matter is that's the truth. But no one can actually handle the truth. I mean, sure, some come to the reality point. How the fuck did I even get on this topic? Let's just finish cleaning this up. I need a freaking wire brush, honestly, right here. This is very therapeutic, huh? Yeah, it keeps me from murdering people in my free time. If I did not have this, if I did not have my hobbies, if I did not have video games to pass by time, I'm certain that I would be murdering people. Because that would be the next best thing to pass my time. That's a very uncomfortable subject for people, I guess, is murder, because they can't conceive the fact of outside of their existence or their world. And just the concept of a person's world is such a wild thing. Externally from yourself, comprehending another's world is wild. Sure, you can communicate and explain something, but to really grasp, oh, I see the world in a different way. The other day it was like, oh well, being cute is a skill. And I acknowledge this as a fact. Because you can acquire things you need in life through this skill of being cute, right? And then other people are just so profound by that idea because their existence is so far from that reality. But the fact of the matter is, it exists. Whether or not it's sustainable and all sorts of other stuff is beyond me. It's not like engineering. It's just a totally far out world of an existence. And like, wild. Only people within that have a better understanding than people outside of that. It's like an attraction, I think. Everyone is attracted to different things. Their standards of what is defined as attractive is different. What if I got this stuck in here? Then I'll grab some pliers and pull it out. I just feel like I'm going too far into this, but then it's like, no, I'm not. I'm not going far enough. I have a few rags over here. And then some cleaner. Are we on? Or? See, I don't know how good the lighting is. It's slightly shadowed, so I'm gonna brisk through it once more because clearly it needs it. If I had a bucket full of solvent, cleaning material, or alcohol or something, that would work great for this. Oh, let's talk about this Fast and the Furious culture that has been on my mind. Right? So, let's just call it Michael Jackson syndrome. Because I have no idea what else I would call it. But back in the day, MTV generation knows this. Or you can research it, maybe find some truth. Is Michael Jackson was like MTV generation biggest pop star of all time, right? We're in social media days now, and so the generation's not the same. It's like a lot more diverse, actually, to be honest. You don't have your singular pop stars like you did back then. Britney Spears, the 90s. But Michael Jackson was... MTV comes out, and he's the hottest fucking thing. He basically runs the shit. And that's the 80s. Going into the 90s, he's still super popular. And we're coming into the Britney Spears era, Backstreet Boys, and all that. And he is still the most popular person. And so the Michael Jackson syndrome, what we're gonna call it, is where you have your pop star that people are just annoyed with at this point, but still maintaining that popularity. And so it's like people are being force-fed Michael Jackson whether they wanted it or not. This is empty, but there's like a drip here, a drip there. It's freaking annoying. I can just set it there. Sweet. Let's not melt these freaking gloves down. And so the Fast and the Furious has the Michael Jackson syndrome. It's like way fucking out of date. But yet, it's still being held by these fucking zombies, for lack of a better term. It's like they just can't let it go. Here in the past 5 years or so now, I'm like, it's just done. That's the end of it. There's no more to it. Because you had, for me, my personal experience with the Fast and the Furious and the movies, not the culture or whatever, is you had the Fast and the Furious, right? That was it. Awesomeness. Nothing like it has ever came out. It was the modern day fucking Western American movie, right? Literally is based in the West. So you had the cowboy style get up and like outlaws and this, that, and the other. And your Arizona, Texas Ranger cowboy out in the mix that develops bonds with people, this, that, and the other. Right? So yeah, it's a great story. Amazing. 1995, whatever the fuck it is. Not 95. It had to be like 98. No, it was 2001. I'm almost certain that it was 2001. Because before that was The Matrix. But anyways, okay, it's 2025 now. Even if it was 19, or if it was 2000, that's 25 years ago. The same old song that these people are singing, it's like, hey dude, wake up. That song is not good and everyone's annoyed at it by this point. I get it, like there's kids that have never heard it before and are like, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. But for pop culture trending, it's just not it anymore. It's out of date at this point. So it's got the Michael Jackson syndrome on it. At that point where he's like hanging babies out the windows of whatever story buildings. And people are still like, oh, he's perfect. No one could say anything bad about Michael Jackson and this, that, and the other. Like, no, it's you kind of passed your time, dude. That's just the way things go. Taylor Swift is just a whole nother fucking ballgame of lunatics. That's your little girl obsession. And that's a lot harder to fight. It's like Baby Shark. You can tell everyone it's not any good, but they're still gonna sing it. This looks pretty good, huh? Blow some air on it at some point. Okay, I forgot I had put the nail polish cleaner over here. People don't know this. It's crazy. How many car guys out there? It's like, oh, we can clean it with some nail polish cleaner here. Yeah, none of them. You know why I know? Because I've been around girls my entire life. And that is the same reason why I tend to clash with other guys. It's not like I want to be a lone whooper. It's just I've always been around girls, ironically. I mean, I had a few friends that were guys, but I was always around girls. You can't escape that. Being me. It's weird because when I grew up, I didn't realize that some girls just didn't like me or want to be around me and had like a problem with me for who knows what reason. Well, we all know that girls, there's culture within girls that is anti-males. So that 100% exists. Like where these girls are just disgusted with men. But the opposite sex, in my mind, balances the world out. Because if I were to be stranded on a desert island, you better fucking believe it, I'd rather be with a girl than a guy. I would fight over this one. I don't even care. If it was just me alone on a planet, she could be fucking 300 pounds and it would not bother me the slightest bit. Even though I have standards in the normal world. But we're talking about desert island here. Yeah, I get it. People have health issues on this subject. And so they do have weight issues that come along with that. I know these kind of people. But that doesn't mean I have to lower my standards just because people have actual health issues. That's not my fault. And I can't tell you whose fault it is. I would be lying if I did say. I am so dumb. I'm just sitting here cleaning out these cracks. Why would anyone do this? Especially when I'm gonna have an exhaust leak. I'm Q-tip cleaning this shit. Yeah, well. Yeah, look at that. It's so nice though. Once you get these spots cleaned out, it's just so pleasant, huh? Yeah, put it in and out of that hole there. A nice bounce piece. You know, I started thinking about that stuff too. How the older I'm getting, the more alone I'm getting. And it's not really a big deal to me. Because there's still these girls. That's not going away, fortunately. Even though there might be other conflicts about that. There are some girls that I just like being around better than other guys, because these guys are fucking retarded. Literally, the kind of guys I was raised around are fucking jackass retarded, like doing the type of shit you would see in Jackass. And I've never really been about that. Jackass the movie with Johnny Knoxville. I don't get it. I just can't wrap my head around it. It's entertaining to an extent, but then it's just like it doesn't end. It's like, okay, the jackassness should come to its end, but it doesn't. And then it just becomes distasteful. And then you realize that you're not like these other people. I realize, shit. If I were to define it more accurately, it would be an I statement and not a you, because I don't know who's on the receiving end of a personal statement of a you. Oh, I just like that being so clean, and guess what? It's not gonna maintain. Are we doing a full 180 from this spot? Let me touch this up where I have this drain in. Just in here a little bit. What residue I can off. I mean, the lower assembly's practically clean. If I wanted to, I could just slap it on and call it a day. But here's the thing, we're not in a rush. So, I'm taking my time. The Thunderbirds are pedophiles. What do you think about this statement? Are we on point with it, or is it wrong? Well, the fact that they're more concerned with children than they would be adults, and that their job is to be recruiters, that could be a true statement. Sure, in the PR world, public relations, because it's a public relations job, you have considerations to be considered, such as children, but that should not be your focus. I mean, a Thunderbird, right? What is their job? They're fucking razzle-dazzle of the Air Force, Navy, whatever, military forces. Because, let's be real, they're not specifically Air Force. They're a general recruiting military complex organization. So, their job is to encourage people to serve their country at the end of the day. They're so fucking out of date though. I don't even know what modern systems look like. I guess they don't. Maybe it's all just a scam. Because as I was watching Thunderbirds earlier, and I was thinking about this. Like, if you go to their shows or whatever, then it's like what their purpose is. What are they doing? Well, they are exploiting others so that they can be showboats in airplanes. That's the bottom line of it. Because they're not necessary for recruitment. If they did not exist, then there would not be a significant impact on recruitment numbers. And so their mission is a selfish one, just showboating, look at me, I'm better than you. They don't actually provide anything but entertainment for society, which is very limited, especially when you consider the economical validity of it. And so that's the same thing with these sports. They're just fucking entertainers, overpaid entertainers that are very limited, burns out very quickly your interest. Because the reality of it is, even if you wanted to become a part of whatever shit show that they're a part of, NBA, NFL, fucking Air Force, military complex, anything like that, I don't know, you're like fucking 18 years old or something, some dude, you're a nobody, right? And you're all of a sudden inspired to become a freaking Blue Angel. What is it, Navy pilots? Reality check of that situation determines it's impossible because you're nobody, right? You don't even have a pilot's license. And so, hey, are you determined to spend the next 20 fucking years in pursuit of this? Well, the reality of it is because you're nobody where you're at right now as it is, no. Because if you were, you would already be pursuing something else. Maybe that 1% of you, I'm talking about like 100 out of a million people, will actually stick with it. But the final turnout will be like 10 of that 100 will actually make it. Make it to the point of even being able to fly those airplanes. The reality of it. And so today in the modern world, you have this, we're gonna call it the Chinese America, where everything's planned out for 100 fucking years, right? You want to travel space and be a fucking astronaut, right? You have to have the next 100 years of your life planned out to pursue this. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible. There's no fucking way that you'll ever come close to it unless you're 100 years dedicated to this. And then what? By the time that 100 years comes around, you're the most bitter person on the face of the earth because your entire life was preconceived. Welcome to your Chinese America, where you never really had a freedom starting out. It was pre-planned for you. No, in reality, the actual United States, you can just start walking down the road, fucking drop everything. I could drop everything and leave right now, and I have the freedom to go pursue anything. I could go jump on a freaking train, go to LA, become a freaking movie star, become the next Clint Eastwood. Like 100% I could do that. But when it comes down to the Chinese America thing, it's crazy because that's so close to the military. And you have a lot of the stuff within the military. Oh, well, you have to spend the next 100, let's not say 150 years pursuing this to even get close to the dream that's being sold to you of being an astronaut or whatever pilot. Back in fucking World War II, right? In the core America, that's not how it was. You want to go fly a fucking airplane, you get on that airplane and that's it. You try not to die. You try not to get shot down by the Germans or whatever. And we're calling it there. You don't even actually need your pilot's license. That's just give you the rundown of how to fly this fucking airplane. And then check a couple boxes saying that you can actually fly it into the air. You don't really need to land it, but this is how you land it. If you want to land it. Yeah, that's not how things are anymore. China fucking rules America to the point to where everything's planned out so far in everyone's life that they have no choice. You have to, by the time you're fucking 14, you have to know what you want to do for the next 100 years. And then everyone wonders why they're all so fucking depressed. Because they never really actually had any time to sit down and think about these things that they want to pursue in life. But here we are, having this discussion about this topic. Because in the United States, you can actually have these conversations and hope that they have some significance and not just be some politician that tries to fucking exploit it all for your own personal gains. I thought something was like on fire, like embers going up, because heat rises, you get a thermal development where there's a fire. But it was a piece of lint. It caught out of the corner of my eye. What was I just talking about before I got distracted by a squirrel? The truth of America. And America's constantly under attack. You can't know this unless you've been around and you've seen these things happening. But everyone's trying to say what is and what is not American. And I see this happening in other countries too. Oh, to be Japanese you have to be this way, or to be European you have to be this way, and that's not true at all. There's a lot of individual people in the world that are not part of this system. Yes, you have a general consensus of culture, like, oh, we need to have a certain level of respect within our culture, or it's the weirdest thing ever, but the culture of America driving on interstates is you go 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. Yeah. But the truth of what the things are is you can absolutely just change your mind at any moment and decide to pursue something else in life. And that's the freedom. That's how you define these freedoms. You're not stuck in a dead-end job. You're not stuck in a dead-end marriage. You can absolutely just leave whatever life that you found yourself in and start new. You can go be a fucking NASCAR driver. You work at a desk job for the past 20 years and you're just like, well, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to be a NASCAR driver. It's very within reason to actually do that. But the Chinese America is another story. It's very complex too. It's more or less related to the education and academic world. At first I started thinking like, maybe there's some sort of conspiracy behind it, like exploiting people in a certain way, and then I kind of just start realizing that people are just getting their lives sent on wild goose chases that they never really had any say in the first place. I don't know how it happens. But it does. See, I've been going to school for the past... I almost have my associates. So that's a 2-year degree, which I'm not going to actually get at this point. I might. But after this last school at the university, I realized that these people are fucking depressing. And I really don't like being around them. Because it's like this super long-term life expectancy conception. Like, oh, we're planning on having a Nobel Peace Prize, and that's like my lifetime achievement that I'm pursuing. And I'm just like, I even told them when I was there, I'm like, I'm just trying to get through these fucking classes, get my degree, and that's it. I'm not trying to win some Nobel Peace Prize. Like, that is not what I'm doing here. And then I started realizing that there's like this culture of people in the university that have their own ideas, and this is what their failure rate is about. This is why they have a failure rate, I think, personally, after consideration. is because they have their own ideas and they can't see people as the individuals taking classes and what it takes for the individuals to succeed. They're more selfish than they are considerate about their students. And that is so fucking common. You know, to be a hero these days is such a negative thing that it's actually the thing people should try to do. You catch so much resistance, but then it's like, well, never mind. People are fucking, what is the word? Conniving? Two-faced? But I personally think it comes down to communication failures. People don't mean to be bad to each other. Your initial thing is your communication failures, and then your second is your cultural failures. Like, people cannot understand my life and who I am culturally externally. Oh, I have preconceived notions about this person because of my own beliefs, and I don't recognize that there are different cultures and different ways of life. But I am so ignorant that I've preconceived these ideas of the external world, other people, into my own belief system, and I don't acknowledge the external belief systems that are foreign or unknown, because I like to stay in my safe little world. And I don't want to threaten myself because of that. Dude, I've been so deep in foreign shit my entire life. I was telling someone, like, I have no choice at this point. These are things I have to go through with in life. I've spent 10, 20 years studying foreign cultures and Asian culture. Guess what I forgot to do? Turn on the power. It should be charging. There's no battery data. Anyways, I was just talking about how much I would sell this for as it sits right now. And I was saying to someone that you can basically go buy a brand new Ferrari for what I would be asking for the car, how it sits right now as is. If I walked away and was like, oh, it's sold, well, you can pick up all the pieces and bits and whatever for this price of a brand new Ferrari that's running. And this is not running. That's because it's my project, and for me to actually be able to start over again from the ground, that's the amount of money I would need to accept starting over, because I honestly don't want to start over. But I know that in the real world, with money, with that amount of money, I can start over and be at a pretty decent point where it's like, oh, I'm starting over, but I'm not bad off. Like, I can buy everything I already just had and go from there at a decent point. And you have to keep in mind that this first year of the debut of the car, that's what we're calling it at this point, because the car should debut in a few weeks, first being seen out, this is the first one, the first edition of the first one I've actually done. Hopefully I can get it to that point, because this year is all about testing and tuning, and the suspension or anything associated to that has nothing to do with getting the car tuned and dialed in. That is track specification, and even as it is, I determined that the suspension that's on the car is sufficient enough. I'm not entirely sure I'd want to lower it or anything like that. The idea is getting the car set up, get it running, getting the power down. I don't know, let's just say 400 or 500 horsepower, right? 20 pounds of boost, that's more reasonable. I don't know what the numbers will look like. That has to do with the specific tuning of that on 20 pounds. And then from there, if it's like, oh, we need to do some adjustables on here or change this or that, but to get that baseline to feel the car out and move forward at that point, it needs to have the power that it's going to be running in the car and set up and tuned and dialed in. It doesn't need to be fluctuating at that point, because to be able to do the suspension, like someone was trying to tell me, oh, you need to do this, that, and the other, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You have no clue what's going on. I didn't even get into it. But it's like, there's a whole fucking process behind what's going on here that you just cannot see. And that was the end of it. But yeah, anyways, the engine has to get in here, get it tuned, get it dialed in, and then we're moving on to, well, sway bars, or this, that, or the other. And track dynamic comes into play at the same time too. If I'm running a quarter mile, it's not going to be the same as a fucking figure 8 track or something like that, or an oval track, or a road course, or different road courses in different regions. There's all sorts of stuff that goes into that. That you can't just be like, oh, this is it. Yeah, it must be nice to be some spoon-fed athlete, but that's not what's going on here. I'm not an athlete, first of all. Even though I'm going to be racing, that doesn't mean I'm an athlete. I don't even know if I'm going to be competitive or in competitions like that. Getting the car going, getting it set up, getting it running, getting it the way I want the car, and then going from there. And then my side of the business is the research and development. I've got that video to do. But yeah, the camera died, and then I'm like, shit, I didn't turn on the battery. I didn't plug it in. And then I'm like, maybe I can catch up on some conversation from me missing out cleaning the whole thing. Because then all of a sudden I look at the camera, I'm done cleaning it, and it's been off for how long? We're getting there. It is close. You know what I can do? Hopefully it fits. I think I kind of wiped it down. It doesn't feel too dirty. That old man. How is there still oil over here? It's been freaking weeks. That's what we want to hit. These passages. I saw some moisture get knocked around, so I'm just gonna go back through and rub one off. You know, I want to look at the data sheet now that I'm learning so much about this. 14 foot-pounds. Six-cylinder head bolts by 100 degrees. That's cylinder head bolts. What the fuck am I looking at here? Oh man, that confused the shit out of me. Right, because you got your manually and 50 cylinder head bolts. And it says to do them by 100 degrees further than 15 foot-pounds. And I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't do this right. And then I'm like, wait a minute, we had our ARP reference manual that we referred to. So we need to go off of that. Looking for the we'll put those on. I'm pretty sure it's 78.0691570, which is 15.4 millimeters by 1.8. Yeah, I like that. Subaru Corporation, made in Japan. You see, people can get caught up in this freaking World War II, Hiroshima, or whatever bullshit. That don't know about the modern world. That's like some Fast and the Furious person. It's, dude, that was 20 years ago. World War II was over 100 fucking years ago. Wait, was it? Almost 100 years ago now. We're getting there. 2025. 1941 it actually started. 1942 America started to partake in it. Let's just set that down out of the way. And people never learn lessons. What if there's not another major conflict? Well, that'll be interesting. Because by the time there is, then it'll be all ancient history. Methods, tactics, and all of that. Modern battlefield. No, it would be called modern tactics. How to shoot, move, and coordinate, strategize, and all of that. Your fingers can have oil on it, so just by doing this, you be spreading oil onto it that you just cleaned off. As I'm thinking to myself. I didn't do the front side. We'll get there when we get there. And over here it's kind of dirty. Do I want to do that right now? Still doing it. Nothing's changed. At least all of this is hardened, I know that for sure. Then we gotta do our timing. The left side you line them up, and this side you rotate it to line them up. Once you do that, then you can line up the spokes on the other side. If I remember correctly. Yeah, here we are. The head is almost assembled. I need to check if anything needs done to them because I'm pretty sure I haven't even touched them. Yeah, they're dirty. Mandatory cleaning. The other one's gotta be dirty too. It's over there. Effing bull. I spent so much time on those that I forgot about the other side. What am I gonna do about that? Clean them off, I guess. My freaking gloves, don't touch this shit. Did I clean the other side of that? See, I have it flipped over so all the oil and shit can drain out of it. I'm certain that this was forward. One of the primary bolts. There's just bolts hanging out around here now. Want to check that? I did clean it. Alright, great. That's still leaking. If you could live anywhere in the world, where would that be? At your mom's house? You know, lines are being drawn. Other people might not know this, but I'm just saying that this stuff's happening. Divisions are being created, lines are being drawn. have to sit here thinking about people that I need to kill. Oh, I'm laughing because of the truth of it. Right there. Not friendly. And I don't say that as in like a friendly neighbor. I mean hostilities. Now they're at the end of the fucking road and they don't know what to do. This should not take long at all, honestly. Let's just go back. Oh. Fortunately, they'll never be on that level of being able to compete with me. Because you really just can't understand it. I was telling my sister, people just come from so many different places. Some city kid compared to farm kid, they're just culturally so different that they're nowhere near on the same level of each other. Sure, one may be slick, but the other is a fucking provider. And there's a big difference between them. And honestly, at the end of the day, everyone knows who is gonna win on this fucking day. It's not rocket science. I mean, I like the city, but I also like the country, so I'm a hybrid vampire that eats things. I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah. I thought I may have some entertaining hook, but it was a dud. That's the thing, is the rodents fucking still caught up on the rodent things. What was is not what is. I wonder if they're mad about what I did. Everything always catches up with you, right? Wrong. That's just a fucking way to convince people to submit to your superiority. Complex issues. The world's fucking chaos, and that's it. That's the end of the story. What you do with it is whatever your life turns into. Texas. We used to make so much fun of Texas. But honestly, it's a big place. And it's where religion goes to die, that's for sure. Oh man, this is the first time such a thought has ever occurred to me. But it's blatantly clear at this moment, and it's come into my perception, is that that's where religion goes to die. Texas. Because there's a lot of people in Texas that are like, oh, Jesus this or God that, and then the beating sun of Texas and reality of where you're at sets in. Like, this is a lot closer to Native America than the religious European ways, which is totally different. There's a lot of Native American in Texas, honestly. A lot. It's astounding. Cowboys and horses are a foreign concept to America, which was brought by the Spanish and such. I know Europeans brought horses, but not the entirety of it all, because originally Native Americans traded for horses. It was like cultural exchanges, for lack of a better term. And then it just turned into what became the Wild West, where Native Americans and cowboys on horses became the whole theme, whether or not it was true. But definitely cinema portrays that. And that's what books like to say, so we're gonna go with that. It's not something I wish to dispute. It's just not worth my energy. Oh, I love it. How spiteful someone must be to be that way. I mean, you could just see it in them. Like the absolute immediate response of hate that consumes them. Because they think there's something to be gained. There's something to gain, indeed. In the end, nothing means shit. You're not going to heaven, you're not going to hell. And existence is just gone. There's no remorse, there's no good, there's no bad feeling afterwards. And that's the truth that no one wants to accept. They come up with all these bullshit fucking, oh, you're gonna turn into a rabbit after you die and live a freaking another life based on what you did in your previous one. No, dude, that's all bullshit. There's nothing afterwards. So make what good you can out of life. See, that's the thing, is they want to exploit you through existential concept. If I tell you that you need to be a certain way, and that'll pay off later for you, well, you're going to do that, right? If you're stupid, you're not ever going to consider anything else. But the very few people who are like, well, in reality, The only thing I can actually justify is the fact that you're trying to exploit me. That's the only true nature of what is taking place. How would I say this? Like, it's the only logic of reasoning that exists in a deity concept. A deity being gods or fucking whatever, spiritual, religious nonsense. And that's what so many things and people and places try to do. Is exploiting others. Because everyone's after some sense of power that they're going to lose eventually into the abyss when they wasted their life pursuing these powers that don't exist. And they wasted their entire existence exploiting others. And one that could have just enjoyed what little bit of life that they had. There's no grand fucking whatever. I just can't even fathom that shit anymore. Because if you think about it, where that concept derives from, right? Religion. Okay, so then we're at Christmas, right? Well, Christmas is Santa, the gift bringer. Well, Santa's not real, actually. And it's some imaginary thing that we use to exploit you for this belief. So the true nature of Christmas is deceptive manipulation. Which is exactly where the truth of that religion lies. Fuck. How else can you make someone spend 100 years doing shit that they don't want to do? Oh my god, it's so ridiculous to just even think about it in that context. Outrageous. This is basically done. It's not. I'm entirely lying to you about finishing this. You don't have to go this far into it. Yes, I do. All of it has to be off. Sitting here with my internal conflicts of where I should be stopping. They might not have ever grown up. It's the thing. Stuck in the fantasy world. In their Disneyland. Well, that's where the true power lies. That they can never acquire. The truth lies. Ain't that the truth? Dude, you don't have to do all this. Yes, I do. Because it's better to not take the chance of these gasket failures. I'm calling it. I definitely need a drink. Okay, we're overheating, that's it. But I was saying that I think about, well, if I just get up and leave, what am I leaving behind? If I move to fucking Laos or Mongolia. Mongolia is a good choice, right? Because it's very foreign and exotic to everyone, practically. Then I give up this life. What all is it that I'm giving up? To go start a new life in fucking Mongolia or whatever. Is it worth it? Well, I don't need to escape anything at this moment. But thinking about if situations got to the point to where I need to escape, literally. I'm not talking about like under attack from whatever, but maybe I'm being exploited in ways that I shouldn't be. And it's just out of my control, right? And there's only one way out, to leave. Like American society starts exploiting me. For whatever reason. And it becomes threatening to me or my life to where I just need to leave. That's a backup plan. My imaginary Jason Bourne scenario. Mundane Jason Bourne scenario. Because ain't no one coming through here with a fucking machine gun. Trying to take me out. Dude. I would probably just be dead at that point. Because I would just be blindsided so far by it. To that level of a John Wick or Jason Bourne level conflict. If I'm confronted with that level, it's going 1 out of 2, maybe 3 ways. Which is 1, I'm fucking dead no matter what, because I'm just fucking dumbfoundedly blindsided by it. Like a deer in the headlights. That's certainly what would happen. I'm not gonna sit here and make up some bullshit like, oh, I'll get away. There's no fucking way. Realistically, if I'm caught in an actual conflict like that, the reality of it is, there's nothing I can actually do, because I'm not prepared. I'm not prepared to handle such a thing. My priorities in life are not fucking Jason Bourne level. I am prepared to leave the country. I can leave the country, yes. But can I respond to an armed conflict of a small militia nature? Even a small man tactical group? We're not talking about a lone wolf here. That's your anomaly of society. Your lone shooter. That actually happens, but it's not like some dude's gonna drive down the road starting to shoot at everyone. It'll be at a public place, football game, or NASCAR event, NFL, NBA, big name places, It's not gonna be... Anyone with half a brain is not gonna do a coordinated attack on individuals. That's... You just... It's not... That fruit is not worth the squeeze. That's like picking a berry when you could pick the whole bush. You have to be pretty dumb criminal to think like that. If you're gonna be a criminal, you might as well go freaking the distance and not half-ass it. None of the chump change bullshit like casino or something. Rob a freaking bank. That's what I would do. I'd go after some big money. Not some bullshit drug dealing or a rat game bullshit. I would move serious fucking money. Not none of that chump shit. I'm talking like hundreds of millions of dollars worth of a deal. Otherwise, I would not get out of fucking bed for that sort of shit. No, we're gonna go steal some pennies out of someone's car. Oh, talk about a rodent. And you have that coming from European culture, because that's... These mentalities of theft, of petty thievery, is European culture based. I was actually thinking about this the other day. Alright, the camera's cooled down. I'm getting tired. And so, today, before I wrap it up, this time, because the video is not going to be sequentially through each day, seriesed out. It'll be one clip after the next. So you'll see me do it 1, 2, 3, and then done. Anyways, what I want to do is get the cams on. Today, sooner than later. Let's just think about what we're doing real quick. Before I do that, we do have this. Oh wow, I didn't realize it was pouring so much out. It's the oil passages, so lubing it up some. I want a Q-tip to do that. Because those went in, but it was kind of rough. So if I can move up the walls a bit here. I think it'll help. And the biggest conflict, we're not talking about that, whatever. It's not a big deal. Easy, and let's just wrap this up. Fuck it. I'm tired of talking about nonsense. Let's get this shit done. And in order, I hope that I don't have these confused. Because if I've got the sides reversed, then our tolerances are going to be off. This is the side with the fuel rail. Before that can even happen, I need to know that my timing marks are right. That's the breakaway. What is that even called? Camshaft position sensor. Yeah, but that's not on the actual thing. Whatever. Keep going. Timing. That's exactly it. Make sure this thing's on. So we're looking at EM22. This one's more important than that one. That's the removal procedure, I think. But anyways, you have one pointing to the top right and the other pointing to the bottom left. And then the notch will face that. Oh my gosh, we don't even have the rockers in here. Let me get something to actually set this on. So that it doesn't get all fucked dirty. You know, what if I was a vampire? Nobody tells you that you're a vampire, right? Oh my god, I can't believe those just came off. Well, one of them fell. The other... it's right here. I need a piece of paper towel. Just one after another. To just get residue off. Well, even if you are, I am, me, you, whoever, are a vampire, legitimately, then what does it make a difference whether or not you acknowledge the fact? Right? Does it matter? Having a discussion about it. It's just crazy where I come from. It's incomprehensible in my mind. What are we even caught on? That's definitely it. Let's get the color on that roller. This should be a 12. I want to bring it down to 1. Because I know if I have it on too high of a setting, it's going to fucking murder these. One, 2, and 3. So, at this moment, I'm thinking if they're to spec torque down, then tolerances may differ. If they're not, then our tolerance may be off. Right? That's my thought process. But I don't think it's that big of a deal. I'm pretty certain we're going to be in tolerance. I don't even remember what the numbers were. %, those are on. Okay, so those are wrong. Because I had 2 of them up. Let's say 0.4 mil? No. We're going for a 1/10 of a millimeter. The exhaust side. Right on the money. It won't even budge in the intake side. Do I want to do the other side? Yes, because if I get too far ahead and come to find out I put these on backwards, I have to take this off right now though. I cannot leave it on like this. But then that'll fall out. So Just don't forget that it's not on. There's no gasket or anything like that. That would be a catastrophe. In all honesty. How did that come off so smooth? Let's throw some lube down. I feel like that's loose or leaking or something. That's it for our lube, right? These kids, I swear, they have no fucking clue. They're just following media. Pressure on it. It's really a magical thing how all this works. The clock is ticking for the day to come to its end. I can definitely get silicone down. You know what? I can probably get a better shot over here. If our tolerance comes in good, then we have this properly removed. Otherwise, I have them backwards, and this all goes exactly opposite side. These must be facing each other when it's put on. I think that's it. The whole concept of getting old. It's you start let going. You start to let go of things. I think that's what it is. The world might not let go of things, but you're starting to let go of things. Like there's no real significance behind racing, behind drifting, behind the car culture. Until you start to let go of it. One is sitting right here in my fucking hand. What the fuck? Oh, right. I knew that. A lot of things were just outside of your time, right? And so by the time something's actually viably conceivable in reality, like something you can do, then it's not as significant as it was when you might have aspired for these things. Aspirations, dreams, and goals, I think we're fucking good. We're within my tolerance. Which one was it? This one? I think the silicone will compensate. That's 10,000ths of a millimeter. Right. They said warm up the silicone before you start using it. Alright, let's take this back off again. The Fast and the Furious and the Toyota Supra. I mean, Toyota just really shit on it, and the only thing that made it what it is the entertainment industry, which is Universal specifically. And so the value of that is very limited. It's not like Toyota was all like, oh hey, this is part of us. They actually kind of treated it like a redheaded stepchild. Then they're like, oh, we're gonna make another one because, you know, we need to make money. And we have this capital gain on this idea. Holy crap. I was just like, what? That thing ripped right off. And then we have a gasket again. Which I need to find it. I'm gonna get my marker and fucking label those. No, not the new one. I'll use my old dirty one because I don't want to break open the new one. I think whether or not oil will affect it. But in all honesty, people out there give a really bad image to it. because it's impossible to freaking see it. And then the heater shut off after not even heating it. What's the temperature? $65 degrees is the bottle of silicone, and 68 is the block. With fractional differentiation? No, not differentiation. Fractional fluctuations. All my sockets are back in place. We have a dirty table over here that will need cleaned. I think this is a table I'm going to take the weekend after next. It's actually in 4 weeks. Minus 1 day from today. I need to turn it off at this point. It's just too warm in here, huh? What the fuck is it hitting? It did this last time. It just doesn't have the lubrication it needs, I guess. Scary. It hits top dead center and then it's like stuck. Okay, that's annoying me. Hard to take the box off too. There's no way, dude. What the fuck is going on here? There's no way these are bent. If they did bend in any way, you would see it. Right? I think it may be a crank in all honesty. but then we would not have, well, that's a complex situation, huh? I can see the clearance of the pistons here. We've had minor scraping on the walls with the pistons. Can you stop falling the fuck off of the bolt? Options. Options. Well, we're not too far into this to tear it back apart. Oh, fuck. I can replace the rods, the pistons, or both. We'd be bringing the compression back up in that case. Unfucking real. Or run it like this, which is going to have the knock. Let's say we did bend a piston, or a ring, or a rod. What would we see? Well, that would shorten the length of the rod. And it would be bottoming out more than anything. I mean, I don't see that happening, but it could be minor. The probability of it hitting the top side is a lot less likely. Fuck me. Swapping out the pistons though. I mean, we can't move forward here. There's no fucking way I can allow this to happen. Well, here's the thing, I can unstock rods. Pretty sure I bought that adapter, but this is it for today. let me, that says number 3. Let's go for 1. Good thing I labeled them, huh? This is number 1. And I should have the adapter for the stock bolts. Yes, I do. Because they were a pain in the ass coming off. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not rocket science. Okay. Let's officially get this documentation down.